The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Argabright, Billinger, Blasey, Blue, Bowers, Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fagg, Faustido, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to the chaplain and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for your overwhelming love for and personal knowledge of each of us, how you cherish each senator in this chamber. King David explained regarding your infinite knowledge of us, saying, "How precious are your thoughts concerning me, O God. How vast in number they are." And Jesus, you told us that even the hairs of our head are all counted. Oh, how you love us. Father, we are blessed to come confidently before you today in this chamber. I pray that each senator here knows how much you love them. I thank you for intimately knowing and deeply loving Senator Alley, Senator Argabright, Senator Billinger, Senator Blasey, Senator Blue, Senator Bowers, Senator Bowser, Senator Clays, Senator Clifford, Senator Corson, Senator Dietrich, Senator Erickson, and Senator Fagg. Thank you that you individually know and intensely love Senator Faustido, Senator Francisco, Senator Gossage, Senator Haley, Senator Hill, Senator Holscher, Senator Klemp, Senator Cluse, Senator Masterson, Senator Miller, Senator Murphy, Senator Owens, and Senator Peck. Thank you for personally knowing and profoundly loving Senator Peterson, Senator Petty, Senator Rose, Senator Reichman, Senator Schmidt, Senator Schallenberger, Senator Shane, Senator Starnes, Senator Sykes, Senator Thomas, Senator Thompson, Senator Titus, Senator Tyson, and Senator Warren. Continue to remind them of your love for them and bless them with your peace and your wisdom. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 325. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2647. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2158. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on House Bill 2587. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Estes, McNorton, and Stoddsgill as conferees on House Bill 2534. The House announced the appointment of Rep. Hockerkamp to replace Rep. B. Carpenter as a conferee on House Bill 2731. The House adopts the conference committee report to agree to disagree on Senate Bill 391 and has appointed Representatives Kessler, Schmoy, and Meyer as second conferees on the part of the House.
This time, I'm appointing Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau to replace Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, as conferees on House Bill 2760. This time, I'm appointing Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes to replace Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, and the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco, as conferees on House Bill 2333. This time I'm appointing the Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, to replace Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, as a conferee on House Bill 2626 and House Bill 2627. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Make sure we're on the right number here.
391.
391. Okay, thank you. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 391 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, the Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, and the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. House Bill 2365.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2365 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on House Bill 2528.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2528 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. And agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on House Bill 2569.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2569 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, and the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau. On agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2329. Well, I don't. Right. I recognize Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on agree to disagree on 2329.
Mr. Vice President, appreciate the opportunity. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2329 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The second conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Agree to disagree, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on House Bill 2437.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2437 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Second conferees on the part of the Senate. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, and the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. Under the order of business, points of personal privilege, chair recognizes Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We have some special guests with us today, and they're seated behind me, so if our friends would stand here. Let me introduce you to Sarah Quigley. She is the Consulate General of Canada. She's new to the job. She's based in Denver, and she has Joe Woods, who is the Senior Political and Economic Officer with her as well. So they're visiting Kansas, her first official visit. She covers 5 states, Colorado, Montana, Wyoming, Utah, and us here in Kansas. And if you look on your desk, I did print off a fact sheet for you. So look at this, what 191 Canadian-owned companies employ 9,700 workers in Kansas. Isn't that fascinating? Canada is the second, number 2 exporter and market for Kansas. And look at the exports, 2.6 billion in goods to Canada annually, and then flip it over, Kansas imports 2.1 billion to Canada. Fascinating facts. They like to say this about us: we're friends, partners, and allies. I think that's very nice. And if you would allow me to, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to have Senator from Miami, Senator Shane, say a few words about our guest.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Some of you may know that I do some business in Canada, and I like to remind my friends in Canada that if they were the 51st state, we wouldn't have beat them in hockey at the Olympics this year. But that said, I don't think that the state of Kansas and the United States have fully realized the potential of the partnership that exists between the United States and Canada and Kansas and Canada. So I thank our good friends for being in the Senate chamber today, and I look forward to exploring all the possibilities between our great state and the country of Canada.
Senator from Cloud.
So thank you again, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Senator Shane, too. They will be back. Sarah promises she'll come back and see us again, and just loves our Senate chamber. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you for being with us today, and welcome to the Kansas Senate. Point of personal privilege, chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today in the chamber, we have Mr. Aiden Strom, who is the nephew of our beloved Megan Stuckey. Aiden, in 2025, achieved the rank of Eagle Scout, which is only achieved by 6% of youth who enter the Scouts of America. So it's really a high honor. Aiden's Eagle Scout project was to build a community lending library that benefited the Blue Valley Recreational Activity Center in Overland Park, which allowed community residents to share books. He chose this project because he has benefited greatly from reading, and he wanted to give back to the community. He's been a great role model to his local troop and has always looked to help younger scouts. Beyond being an Eagle Scout, his other notable accomplishments now include being a National Merit Scholar finalist, putting him in the top 1% of students. He was also nominated by his Olathe West High School swim team as an academic All-American, and he recently won first place in the American Legion Constitutional Oratorical Competition with his speech on the role of popular sovereignty in the forming of the Constitution and the role it plays in our everyday lives. He will go on to compete in the state event I guess later this month. So he's a very grounded and caring young man. He's got a bright future ahead of him. He's going to go to Liberty University, where he's going to study political science and government policy. So he may be joining our ranks and be in this body someday. He has a bright future ahead of him. And Senate, if you would please rise and congratulate Aiden Strom on his accomplishments.
Thank you for being with us today. Point of personal privilege, chair recognizes the senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today, I have the distinct honor of honoring the Black entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills, recipient of a 2026 Heritage Trust Fund grant from the Kansas Historical Society. Sheila Ellis Glasper, if you guys would please stand, is the co-founder and executive director of Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills, a nonprofit organization based in Manhattan, Kansas. The organization is dedicated to advancing Black entrepreneurship, preserving historic assets, and increasing economic opportunity in the Flint Hills region. Those in attendance from this group, in addition to Sheila, are Jermaine Glasper, co-founder and of the Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills, Willie Thomas, Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills board member and Amicus Wealth Partners, Dr. Jardine Coleman, Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills board member and Sage and Summit Therapy and Counseling owner, Andrea Young, Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills Programs and Community Coordinator, David Baker, longtime Yuma Street historian, resident, property owner, and Yuma Street Cultural Center visionary. He's also the first Black baseball coach at Kansas State University, as well as being the first Black coach in the conference. Harrison B. Mitchell, Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills member and owner of Smoke and H Meats. Brittany Fielder, Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills member and owner of Britt's Real Estate Services. Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills is one of 13 recipients of a highly competitive 2026 Heritage Trust Fund grant awarded by the Kansas Historical Society. The $100,000 grant will support the restoration of the historic Shepherd Chapel located at 930 Yuma Street in Manhattan. Originally constructed in 1916, Shepherd Chapel is listed on both the Kansas State and National Registers of Historic Places. The restoration would transform the site into the Yuma Street Cultural Center, a program and community space led by the Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills. The center will be designed to honor the history of the building while creating new opportunities for community engagement and economic development. This project will include flexible space for cultural programming, youth development, community gatherings, as well as opportunities for emerging entrepreneurs to test and launch food-based business concepts. The center will also serve as a resource hub for Fort Riley families and Kansas State University students. To date, the organization has raised approximately half of the $2.5 million needed for their full renovation, with support from individual donors, including the Greater Manhattan Community Foundation, Kansas Department of Commerce, Community Service Tax Grant Program, Kansas Health Foundation, Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, and many more dedicated partners. You can learn more about this project and contribute to that campaign by visiting their website, which will be published in the journal. I ask my comments be spread across the journal, and please join me in congratulating the Black Entrepreneurs of the Flint Hills.
Thank you for the work you do, and welcome to the Kansas Senate. We'll break for just a moment while we shift a few people. While we're moving people out, we do have pages today. I recognize the Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have my last group of pages for the 2026 legislative session, and they are juniors and seniors from Wyandotte High School in Kansas City, Kansas. And just a little interesting side note about these students. A few weeks ago, because of a fire that occurred in a storeroom off in their auditorium, and you may not be very familiar with Wyandotte High School, but it was built at the same time as Topeka High School. Looks very similar, so it gives you kind of aesthetics of that building. It's a beautiful building. But there was a fire there, and they had to be out of the building for 2 weeks. So they had virtual learning for that because of that unfortunate circumstance for those 2 weeks, and they've continued to progress with their educational opportunities at Wyandotte High School. So they are juniors and seniors, and a couple of them have been to the Capitol before, but 4 of them have not, so this is their first time. So as I say your name, please stand. We have Carlos, and Carly, and Esther, and Leslie, and Rosie, and Sylvia. And as I said, these are juniors and seniors from Wyandotte High School. I asked the Senate to give them a welcome.
Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have 2 pages with me today, and one of them may look a little familiar to you guys, as this is not her first time at the Capitol. So I have Eula Donnelly from Ellsworth. I'm gonna stand up. She's from Ellsworth. She is homeschooled. Both of these gals are homeschooled, and her father is John Donnelly, the lobbyist. And then I have Josie Wiggins from Hutch. And both of these girls are in 8th grade, and they play volleyball and track together on a team in Reno County. So I'd like to welcome them to the Capitol.
On a point of personal privilege, the Chair recognizes Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. If I could have the Silver Lake girls team please stand. The Silver Lake girls basketball team claimed the 2026 3A state championship with a 60-44 win over Osage City in the state tournament. The Eagles made their 3rd straight appearance in the title game and never trailed in that game as they claimed their 2nd title in 3 years. They finished the year with a 28-1 record. If you'd please wave when I call out your name. We'll start with the floor box. Allie Gerber, Taylon Thompson, Kaylin Haney, Lilla Day, Jaylee Whitehead, Peyton May, Paige Hyman, Claire Erb, Kylie Haney, Carries Dieter, Savannah Wendy, Carly Erb, Joel Heyer, and Coach Kyle Porter. In the East Gallery with us today is Pearl Eisenbarth, Abby Tomat, Addison Wise, Avery Boehner, Bristol Roth, Adeline Persons, Stephanie Ewing, Emily Fisher, Jordan Kohler, Jaden Perry, Anna Gerber, and coaches Mark Johnson and Johnny Roberts. If you'd please join me in congratulating the 3A girls state champion Silver Lake Eagles. I would ask that my records be spread across the journal, Mr. Vice President.
So ordered. Thank you all for being here. Congratulations. Under the order of business, conference. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Bonner Springs High School young men's basketball team finished their season 27-1 as the Acacia Class 5A 2026 state champions. This team demonstrated excellence, resilience, and commitment to one another, defining what high school athletics are all about. Coach Grover led a group of young men who understood the value of teamwork, discipline, and perseverance. In the state championship game, the Braves faced an 11-point deficit in the 3rd quarter against the opposing team, a team that had won 44 straight games and back-to-back state champions. The Braves never quit and came back to win 53-50, winning their first state championship since 1984. The Braves were also Frontier League champions. The district and communities of Bonner Springs and Edwardsville are so very proud of their hard work and determination. I'd like to introduce you to this year's 2026 5A state champions. Please stand when I call your name. Jackson Nez, Prince Donald, Dion Cruz, Jaden Jones, Jaron Payne, Nate Farrell, Ezekiel Gray, Corey Rolfe, Kaylin Doss, Jason Jones, Dax Cruz, Kaylin Groover, and Coach Drew Groover. The managers present are Corey Jordan Williams, Natalie Stoway, Elijah Gray, and coaches Anthony Davis and Joe Reed. Athletics Director Doug Hitchcock, Bonner Springs High School Principal Don Hilliard, and Bonner Springs Edwardsville School District Superintendent Rick Moulin. Champions do not become champions when they win the event, but in the hours, weeks, months, and years they spend preparing for it. The victorious performance itself is merely the demonstration of their championship character. T. Allen Armstrong. My fellow senators, please join me in congratulating your Kansas 5A men's basketball champions.
Congratulations, and thank you for being with us. Okay, I think we're ready now for conference committee reports. For the first conference committee report on House Bill 2124, the chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2124.
Continue.
House Bill 2124 amended the law regarding speed limits in resident districts and the operation of golf carts. So we can remember the golf cart bill. We've merged that, made it a little better. And we merged that with another bill that allows for speed limits in a residence district from 30 miles an hour to 25 miles per hour without performing an engineering and traffic investigation. So I think it just allows for more local control and eliminated some costs. That was 119-0 in the House. And then back on the golf cart bill, one of the things that has been done to improve that, the bill would authorize the city to allow driving a golf cart on a sidewalk if operation of a golf cart on an adjacent street or highway is prohibited. So we tightened that up a little bit, but everything else remained the same. I stand for questions.
Are there questions on House Bill 2124? Seeing none, he's made the motion. We'll hold that for final action. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2422.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So this is a bill that we have seen before. It's known as the App Store Accountability Act. And I think this body will recall, and we all have seen the effect that social media, the internet is having on our children today. We heard a lot about that in committee, in testimony, and in fact, we hear a lot about that from Kansas parents. Kansas parents are concerned 80% to 20% that children are being harmed by the internet. So what this bill does is, if you'll recall, it provides a tool to help parents help keep their kids safe online. And how does the bill do that? The bill does that, the act does that by requiring an app store provider to put into place a mechanism when apps are asking for kids to sign up for accounts. Right now, we have kids 13 and under, 18 and under who can sign up for accounts, and when they do that, they are entering into a contract with a big tech company that then, if the child is harmed later by activities that the child sees, the ads that come up, the content that comes up, the parent and the child have no recourse to help protect the child. So let's start at the beginning. Let's protect the child from getting into these dangerous situations. And the Act does that by requiring that app developers communicate with the App Store provider to verify the age of the account holder who is signing up to download the app. So the bill, when it came to the Senate, it had strong bipartisan support, and the House took many days of debate in committee to send us some very good, helpful improvements to the bill. The House, like a lot of us, are concerned about data privacy, and that's what the House did. They helped provide data protection for the parents and for the child when we're going to be working to keep children safe from harm. And those provisions are, I'm going to go over those for just a moment, because when we're dealing with children in the internet and when we're dealing with adults, we all want to try to keep our information as safe as possible. So one of them was that requiring the App Store provider to protect age category data. Remember, an app developer has to identify which age category the content is safe for: older teen, and younger. So we want to make sure that information is accurate. We want to make sure that whoever's going to be downloading this is in the proper age category for the content that they are accessing through the app. So the House put on amendments that made sure that the App Store provider, which is where the parent's account resides, to make sure that that App Store provider protects the age category data by doing many things, and these are the additions from the House and that we put on in conference with the House. To protect age category data and any associated verification by maintaining compliance records which shall not include any personally identifiable information or verification data that is further to be destroyed pursuant to the Act, which requires the App Store provider to delete or destroy the following: any personally identifiable information or verification data collected for the purpose of verifying an account holder's age category pursuant to this Act. So you see, we are protecting the age information of the parent and the child. Now, the App Store provider shall also not, again, these are helpful amendments that were added by the House and retained in conference, shall not use, retain, process, or disclose any personally identifiable information or verification data collected for the purpose of verifying the account holder's age. So again, very concerned about protecting that data privacy of our parents and kids. So we also made sure that with the House and in conference that nothing in the Act would require a developer or an App Store provider to disclose any of that information, except only to comply with the bill. So with that, Mr. Vice President, this is a very important bill. It's a small step, but an important step to help keep our kids safe online. I think every day if you pick up your favorite source of information, whether that's a newspaper or you hear it on the radio, we're hearing more and more about the damages that kids are suffering at the hands of app devices that the parents are needing some tools to help keep the kids safe. So with that, Mr. Vice President, I would stand for questions.
Have you made a motion to concur yet?
I have not. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2422.
Okay, questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. The carrier of this bill said that it received strong bipartisan support when it was debated on the House floor. Could she tell me that vote?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I said strong bipartisan support when on this floor in the Senate.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification because I heard that it had strong bipartisan support on the House side, and I actually believe it was tabled in Fed and State Affairs and then a motion to reconsider, and they have not actually debated this bill on the House side. I still have serious concerns with this bill. I think we are giving parents a false sense of security. I believe it's unconstitutional, and I just wanted to be on the record that when I thought she said it passed overwhelmingly bipartisan support in the House, that was actually incorrect. So I think we should be cautious on this because I do think it is unconstitutional. I think I have stood very strongly in support of protecting our kids in many manners, sometimes against my own party, doing that when I think it is in the best interest of the kids. But I also think lying to parents and misleading them is something that we should take very seriously. So I will be voting no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? Senator Johnson, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. When this bill was in conference, it had strong support on both sides of the table. It came out as a strong agree. It's an important piece of legislation. As we know, no bill is perfect. This bill, as parents will realize, is an important tool that parents are asking for, 80 to 20%, 80% in favor of asking for a tool to help keep their kids safe online. It did receive overwhelming bipartisan support in this chamber, and I would encourage the body to continue to support this important measure. With that, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Seeing no further questions, you've made the motion. We'll hold for final action. The chair now recognizes the Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp, on Senate Bill 325.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move that the Senate adopt a conference committee report on Senate Bill 325.
You may proceed.
Senate Bill 325 is really our 404, if we remember that. And what that does, it was the fees, treasurer fees that we were able to charge. We had agreed to charge up to a maximum of $15. Local control can determine what that amount is. And we had that at a 33-7 is how we moved that forward. And some of the things that we've done to tighten that up with our partners in the House, we created a vehicle services modernization task force. That task force will be challenged with finding software optimization and other modes to optimize how we handle these services out at the local level. In addition to that, we put a 3-year time frame on that, so it does sunset in 2029, kind of pushing the issue of getting the software and the recommendations done in a realistic time frame. And on top of that, instead of the maximum of $15, it's been shifted down to $10. I stand for questions.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 325? Seeing none, you've made your motion. We'll hold that for final action. Chair now recognizes Senator Shawnee, Senator Dietrich on Senate Bill 23.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This bill, Senate Bill 23, is a new CCR. In conference committee, we removed the contents of Senate Bill 23 and inserted the contents of Senate Bill 422 as passed by the Senate 40-0 in February. So in conference committee, we did not make any amendments. The bill reads just as it did when we passed it in February. It provides for the commissioner to inform a non-resident agent, that's an agent that's not originally licensed in Kansas, within 30 days of the revocation of their license. It clarifies that the bill doesn't confer the right of a hearing on any non-resident agent whose license has been revoked. It also provides for the commissioner to waive the requirement that a non-resident agent must wait 2 years after the license was revoked to apply for a new license if the revocation was related to something simple like the repayment of fees. There were some technical amendments made as well when we had the bill here in the Senate. The House passed this CCR yesterday on a vote of 123 to 0. So, Mr. Vice President, I would move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 23, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 23? Seeing none, you've made your motion. We'll hold that for final action. Under the order of business, motions to concur. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on Senate Bill 375.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This bill concerns proxy advisors, and if you remember, proxy advisors come into play when you've got shareholders, and shareholders are receiving advice on votes that their companies are asking them to make on decisions. The directors of the company are already under a fiduciary duty that they owe to the shareholders, but what we're finding is proxy advisors are not. So what this bill does is it helps provide some accountability of the proxy advisors to the shareholders by requiring certain disclosures. The House made one amendment to the bill as it came over to them from the Senate, and the one amendment which we are seeking to concur on is to exclude from the list of those who provide proxy advisor services. The bill already excludes charitable organizations if they have a gross annual revenue of less than $500,000 from their proxy advisory services. The amendment from the House would also exclude banks, savings and loan associations, or savings banks or an affiliate thereof if such entity derives less than 10% of such entity's gross annual revenue from proxy advisory services. So that was the one amendment that the House made, and the rest of the bill is in place. And the bill really addresses making sure that these proxy advisors aren't making recommended votes that would actually be against company management that might actually hurt the company's profitability. So that includes issues of ESG type issues, but the bill passed out when it came through the Senate the first time, 40 to 0. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I move the Senate concur in House amendments to SB 375.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 375? Chair recognizes the senator from Finney. Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It's quite a nice name.
I have a block, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I premise in caucus, I checked with Alan Conroy, Capers, and the bill does not impact the Capers Trust Fund in any way, so I will be supportive of the motion to concur. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Senator Clifford. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll hold that for final action. We are now ready for final action. This roll call will take the following: the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2124, House Bill 2422, Senate Bill 325, and Senate Bill 23, and the motion to concur on Senate Bill 375. Clerk will read the titles.
Senate Bill 23, an act concerning insurance. Senate Bill 325, an act concerning motor vehicles. Senate Bill 375, an act concerning consumer protection. House Bill 2124, an act concerning roads and highways. House Bill 2422, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedures.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Bellinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Vascado, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schellenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye.
Call of Senate has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Francisco,
I recognize Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Mr. Vice President, passed to no on 2422.
Call is raised. Every member has voted. Does any member wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Barton, Senator Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Originally, I was a no on 372, which is in Conference Committee 2422. I appreciate the House's version on this. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's better than it was. I think the hard part is that we're trying to regulate parents for parenting. So I don't think that this is a perfect bill, but I will vote for it.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. Explanation on 2422. This bill will not protect Kansas kids. This bill will only open Kansas up for more litigation, costing the state and our taxpayers millions of dollars. Protecting our children is crucial and should be taken seriously, but this bill does not do that. It only gives parents a false sense of security. I vote no.
Recognize Senator Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I'd like to join the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, on her explanation vote.
So be it. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. With her permission, I would also like to join the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, on her explanation of 2422.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Same.
Further explanation of vote? Any senator wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 23, 33 having voted in favor and 7 opposed to passage of Senate Bill 325, 32 having voted in favor and 8 opposed to Senate Bill 375, 38 having voted in favor and 2 against passage of House Bill 2124, and 34 having voted in favor and 6 opposed to House Bill 2422. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, on House Bill 2731.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2731 to agree to disagree and request a new conference committee be appointed.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Chair appoints a second conferees on the part of the Senate. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. This time I'm appointing the Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, to replace Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, as a conferee on Senate Bill 260, House Bill 2437, House Bill 2569, and House Bill 2587. At this time, I'm appointing the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Miller, to replace the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot, as a conferee on Senate Bill 229, House Bill 2346, House Bill 2596, and House Bill 2739. Are there announcements before we recess? Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Government Efficiency Committee and Legislative Modernization from the House side will be conferencing on House substitute for Senate Bill 51 upon recess in room 118 North, and the Senate and House Education Conference Committees will meet at 11:45 in 212 North B on all bills in conference.
Chair recognizes Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Local Government and Senate Local Government Transparency and Ethics will conference on House Bill 2116 at 1:30 today in room 118 North.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Fed and State Conference Committee with the House Fed and State Conference Committee will meet in 144 South immediately upon recess. Followed immediately after that, we'll have the conference with the Senate Select Committee of the Senate and the House Veterans, and that will follow immediately after the Fed and State meeting, also in 144 South. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Judiciary Conference Committee and House Corrections and Juvenile Justice Conference Committee will conference upon recess in 546 South on bills in conference. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. First-term senators will meet tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. The room just left of 548. We'll continue our discussion with Alan Conroy on capers.
Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senate Commerce and the House Commerce, Labor, and
Economic Development Committee will meet upon the first recess of the second chamber in room 582 North to continue on all bills left in conference.
Chair recognizes Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Ag and Natural Resources Committee will conference with the House Ag and Natural Resources Committee at 12:30 in room 159 South on all bills in conference.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have a message for all the committee chairs, conference chairs. Our request is to try to track down all these reports you're signing and get them turned in as soon as possible. There's a lot of processing and paperwork behind the scenes that takes place, so we can't just turn everything in at 2 o'clock. So at this time, we have nothing to run at 2 o'clock. So our request is to contact the revisor. If you've signed a report and it's a House bill, we go first. And so we need to track these down to keep the process moving. So please turn those in as soon as you can so we can make sure they're ready to run and caucus before 2 o'clock. With that, Senate Republicans will caucus at 1:30, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 1:30 in room 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, I think we have some, just a quick motion to make here on some conference committees. So we'll just stand at ease, but we're done here until 2 o'clock if senators have things they need to get to.
Stand at ease. We have a correction. The senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, was appointed to Conference Committee on 2587 only. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Mr. Vice President, I move the Senate recess until 2 p.m.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We stand at recess.
Senate will come to order. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House not adopts the Conference Committee report on S-Sub for House Bill 2164, requests a conference and appoints Representative Humphreys, Williams L., and Osman as second conferees on the part of the House. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on House Bill 2760. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2329 and has appointed Representatives Lewis, Barrett, and Schlingenspiel as second conferees on the part of the House. The House adopts the Conference Committee report to agree to disagree on House Bill 2528 and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Bryce, and Ruiz as second conferees on the part of the House.
Now ready for Conference Committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage for House Bill 2068.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2068.
For the motion, would you please explain?
House Bill 2068 is a compilation of several of the bills, and some we have heard and some we have not heard on this floor but might have been heard in committee. I might tell you that, Mr. President, we sent over to the House 9 Senate bills from our committee and we received 22. So we did as many as we could. So a couple of these are quite easy and were left for Conference Committee. One of such bills is 2676, which is a Pharmacy Practice Authority Act. It does not require a new diagnosis from a pharmacist to be able to do a couple of things, primarily what they were allowed to do during COVID. They must have a test that's used to guide diagnosis or clinical decision making, and in their professional judgment of the pharmacist consists and constitutes a patient emergency that threatens the health or safety of the patient if the prescription is not immediately dispensed, only the sufficient quantity that would be needed until the patient could consult with their personal physician. It would require, if they were to do this, that they be in the stabilization fund. The next part of 2068 would include Senate Bill 2740, and that was adopting compounding standards established by the United States. This is something we do every couple of years, where they, this group of the Pharmacy Board puts together standards that were approved by the USP, and it's past 122 over on the House side. The next one is SB 322. We heard this bill passed at 40-0 from this body and removing the authority of the State Board of Pharmacy to authorize individuals to look and access K-tracks, purchased by the JCARR, commonly called JCAR. And the last part is Senate Bill 431, establishing the remote practice of pharmacy, allowing pharmacists to have remote employees who would not be dispensing medication or even touching medication, but doing a lot of the clerical services. And I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We'll now move to the Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, on House Bill 2590.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2590 is a community property trust bill. It's a type of joint revocable trust designed for married couples to treat their assets in community property. This bill does three things, and we heard it recently. It avoids probate on the death of a spouse. It obtains a tax advantage if one spouse passes away. And it just keeps trust administration very clear, simple, and predictable. Right now, Kansas statute doesn't allow for this type of trust. So Midwest Trust in Overland Park and the Kansas Bankers Association spoke to this bill. Many other states already have this or allow it. The House passed this bill 123-1, and it passed the Senate 40-0. The Conference Committee just changed the enactment date. So, Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2590 and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, we'll move on back to the Senator from Shawnee on House Bill 2497.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is another one where all we did was change the enactment date. This bill amends the Kansas Contracts and Promises statute by limiting the existing prohibition on prepayment penalties. So it allows for business purpose mortgage loans to negotiate on whether a prepayment penalty is part of a loan contract. The bill provides investor borrowers an option to have a prepayment penalty on their loan in return for lower interest rates or closing costs, while providing more certainty to the lenders. 35 other states already have this provision in their statute. In conference committee, all we did, they took our position, all we did was change the enactment date. The bill passed the House the first time, 87-37, passed the Senate 36-4. Mr. President, I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2497, and I will stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We'll move to Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on House Bill 2527.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that the body has seen before, clearly, and it's concerning sex offenders, work release, and on school property. So last time we saw this bill, it did pass the chamber 38-0, and it retains those pieces that when a judge is sentencing someone who is required to register on the sex offender because the underlying crime for which the offender is required to register was a crime committed when the offender was 18 years of age or older against a victim who was less than 16 years of age, the judge will no longer be able to assign that offender to work release. And likewise, if you're an inmate and you are on the sex offender registry because your crime was committed when you were 18 years of age or older against a victim who was less than 16 years of age, you likewise will not be permitted to be released for work release purposes. And the bill, I say the bill because it was a bill last time we saw it, the bill also retains that, but changed slightly. Last time we saw it, it was that if you are on the sex offender registry because you are 18 years of age and your underlying crime was against a victim who was less than 18 years of age, you would not be allowed to enter onto school property or attend a school activity. So you can see both of these are to keep the public, to keep school kids safe from sex offenders. The provisions regarding keeping sex offenders out of schools would not apply if you're on school property to attend a religious activity when the school property is being used for a religious service, as long as you leave the school property immediately after the religious service concludes. It also wouldn't apply the definition of what is a school if you're a home school or a micro school, because sometimes those are in people's homes, and it was felt that they should be allowed to be able to have those small schools last time we saw this bill. So in conference, we put in 2 amendments proposed by the House, and they do provide some clarity for the bill. One is that regarding entering onto school property or school activity, that we changed it from if you committed the crime when you are 18 years of age or older. We changed it that you would have to be an offender who was 18 years of age or older when the crime was committed, but instead of your victim less than 18, your victim would be less than 16. So that aligns now with the other part of the bill regarding if you're on the sex offender registry and you're seeking work release. Remember, for work release, your victim, it would apply to you. You wouldn't get work release if your victim was less than 16 years of age. So now the bill aligns, your victim is less than 16, not less than 18. And the other provision that we agreed to was that the bill wouldn't apply to you if you committed the crime and you were less than 18. So the second amendment that we put on in conference was there was some concern, well, what about those folks who are still in school, but they're over 18. So the House suggested, which the Senate adopted, was that the provisions regarding the restrictions wouldn't apply to you if you are a student enrolled at a school in the Unified School District or at an accredited non-public school if you're using the property for receiving instruction. Now, we did also add the requirement that if the school district is going to go with that option, right, the school district doesn't have to allow it. The school district can pursue virtual schooling or off-campus instruction. But if it's going to be on school property, the conference committee report would require that the school district or school must take actions as necessary to protect not only the safety of other students, but of school employees as well. So with that, Mr. President, I would move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2527, and I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the conference committee report as offered by the senator from Johnson. Just wondering if there were a couple of points that still concern me about this very crucial bill that may or may not have been brought up in the conference committee or addressed. And I'm speaking for what may be a minority of people that would be affected, but certainly several that I've heard from. And Mr. President, I was wondering if Senator from Johnson can share about an exemption that might be made available to those who are related to a child in the school. Let's just narrow in on practical application of this bill, which we're all looking forward to passing. The practical application that I'm asking the Senator from Johnson of is, could a school district, upon good showing, allow a relative, like a parent or grandparent of a child enrolled at the school, to attend some of the school activities and or provide transportation or otherwise be involved, even though they may have been listed at some point as a sex offender, Mr. President?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Remember, the intent of this bill is to protect kids from being the target of folks who are on the sex offender registry, because those who the bill would impact, or the CCR would impact, you're on the list because specifically the victim was less than 16 years of age. So that's the focus of the bill. And the bill, excuse me, I keep calling it a bill, the conference committee report, doesn't have any, it doesn't address exemptions.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank her for that answer. We all are wanting to ensure that we protect our children and that we make our schools as safe as they possibly can be. My concern is for the real world application of this, especially in some communities, some smaller communities, where a relative, especially a parent, a father or a mother, who may have had or been found guilty of and may have served their time even for these offenses that are outlined, has moved well beyond that. I guess the other question that I have, Mr. President, is if there is in fact a lifetime prohibition for a sex offender or a former sex offender, whichever the case may be, from this, or is there a statutory period of time? This is indeed a lifetime prohibition from being on school property, if that's correct.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. There currently aren't exemptions.
Senator Wyandotte.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, you know, not to belabor the point, but just to make it clear, because I've heard from, and some of you, Mr. President, some of us also may hear from that example, isolated though it might be, of an individual who is indeed a parent or a grandparent of a child enrolled in the school system who has done their time, who's well away from having been an offense or a threat to anyone. It may have happened a decade ago, 20, 30 years ago, and the grandparent would, when this passes, on Kansas law, which would be one of the most strict, as far as we've been able to research and find in the country, would be prohibited from participating at that school where their grandchild is attending. The practical application, too, of school property being extended is to a transportation situation where that same former offender, no matter how distant it has been, cannot pick up or drop off his or her child or grandchild. And I think that when we really drill down and look at the practical application of how this bill will be applied, most of which is good, that we probably don't want to go down this particular road. We don't want to say to someone who did their time, who served their time, and who is well beyond that offense that occurred a while back. Again, I don't want to speak in hyperbole, but it could be 20 years ago. And they're no longer that person, but they're not able to participate because of the school grounds prohibition in their family. And how explaining that to their child or their grandchild might mar the familial relationship. And I would hope that there would be an option for a school district to gauge as to whether or not there is any potential threat from this long-served entity, and that's my prohibition that I have. And I think that perhaps not being able to attend a graduation, Mr. President, might be, again, injurious, and I just wanted us to somehow think it through. Everyone is committed to public safety. Certainly, I want you to know I am. I'm a father of 4 children, now grown, but I certainly would want to ensure that every precaution was taken while they're in a public setting, certainly at school, to have been shielded from those who might have predatory or perversions, sexual, whatever the offenses may have been. But I also want us to look at a real world circumstance at a certain point in time. And could they not attend a graduation, if I could ask, Mr. President? Could we ask, could a parent or grandparent not attend, if it's on school property and not at the municipal auditorium or wherever, could they not attend a graduation?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Remember the subset of those on the sex offender registry who this would apply to. There are many who are on the sex offender registry who would not be captured by this were it to become law. This would apply to if you are on the registry because your victim was less than 16 years of age. Those are the people that we want to take a look at and determine whether we're going to allow them to be on school property. It doesn't apply to other subsets of those who are on the sex offender registry. It doesn't apply to someone who's 16 or 17 and was on the sex registry. So you are an adult when you committed the crime, you were 18 or older, and your victim was less than 16. We're talking 15-year-olds, younger than 15-year-olds. You were convicted of a crime involving a child in that circumstance, 15 or younger. So the CCR doesn't contain any exceptions, because look at the group we are trying to protect here, 15 years and younger.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So I take that, Mr. President, means that no, they could not go to the graduation of their child or grandchild. I mean, look, no one wants to ensure, I think the national mood is ensuring that we do everything we can to root out, prosecute pedophiles wherever they did or however long ago they committed their offense. I know it's been the national mood and the desire to see that happen, and certainly we in Kansas should underscore that no matter how old they get to be or how long that time has been, if they are indeed or were a pedophile at that point in time, we want to see them brought to justice. And there's a big push for that, and it's still going on. I'm committed to that. I'm also committed to ensuring that we put in laws in place that don't further alienate from a family situation someone who has served their time once they're brought to justice and brought around and are no longer the person they were when they preyed upon arguably young girls in certain circumstances wherever they might be found, on land or at sea, wherever they happen to be at the time. But once that time goes by, however much it is that they've been brought to justice and do that, they can be a different person. They can go on to do very good in society, perhaps do great things, and no longer having done their time or having done their time. So I'm not here to protect or to suggest we protect pedophiles. I think they all ought to be brought to justice wherever we find them, even now. We should certainly continue to pursue that. I'm here to say that once brought to justice, and if they have done their particular time, that they not be alienated from a family situation that might be found at their schools that involves their child or grandchild. And that's the only hesitation I have. The rest of the bill is solid, the rest of the CCR makes sense, but I think that you will find, it may be through litigation, that this is a bridge too far when we are not providing greater public safety necessarily, but are impairing a family relationship. So I do thank the senator from Johnson for gamely attempting to clarify these exemptions in this CCR. And I just hope that when we see this again, after this bill passes in litigation, that we do recall that we had this discussion prior to, Mr. President, at least one person in this chamber stood up with real world implications of what we're doing to a parent or grandparent and the family situation for one who would need to and want to interact at the school with their child.
Senator from Finney.
Thank you, Mr. President. The carrier of the bill did a great job describing the CCR, and I certainly am supportive of this. But to the comments of the gentleman from Wyandotte, certainly many of us have constituents who in this day and age have kind of got caught up on the internet in a moment of poor judgment and found themselves maybe guilty of soliciting a minor. And I'd like to ask the bill carrier, are there any moves or any bills that have been in consideration where these people can find grace and exit? Drug offenders can exit. Many other offenders can serve their time and become essentially normal members of society. But my constituent can't get a job anywhere else. He's on that list. And it's tough to date, frankly, when people search you. My question is, and I'd be willing to work on this in a future session, is there any opportunity for us to create a pathway for expungement so this is not a lifetime sentence?
Senator from Johnson.
Appreciate the question, Mr. President. Remember, we're dealing with victims who are 15 years of age and younger, and we're dealing with those children and adults. So while I would say the actions of the adult has consequences, and what are you going to say to the next victim of that adult if the adult re-offends against a 15-year-old child or younger? What do you say to them? Like, what do you say to the other kids in the school when something happens to them because we didn't take a stand and make sure they don't become a victim too? We heard a lot of testimony in committee from our prosecutors about recidivism, and we heard a lot about from our entities that provide services for victims of sex abuse who are children, that the offender often looks like a respectful community member, and they also can be grooming the adult community to get access to the kids. And with this CCR, we are stepping forward and protecting the kids and not giving those who have offended as an adult, giving them access to kids 15 years or younger. The CCR doesn't address the request for an off-ramp of some sort. That the legislature is free to take that up, and that would be the subject of something else for this body to consider.
Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. And certainly I respect the senator from Johnson and her legal expertise. It's not a lane I usually travel in. But I think if somebody who offended, maybe not that second-time offender, but the first offender, as a Christian, I'd say at some point, I forgive you and give grace. So I really think in a future session, we should get the KBI in the room and bring stakeholders and try to address this lifelong issue that plagues people and their families. So thank you, Mr. President. I support the CCR.
For the questions, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too have some concerns about prohibiting these individuals from ever getting onto school property, because in the case of a graduation, that's a time that the school, who I'm sure would know that an individual has been a sex offender, would be able to monitor the activities of that person. So I think the issue here is it's so limiting with, without exceptions for school plays or graduations or other situations where you're not just talking about someone being on the property any day. Thank you.
Further question or comments? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We'll now move to Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens on 2700.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2700 establishes the Kansas Digital Right to Repair Act. We passed this bill 40-0 in this chamber just a few days ago. This went to conference to make a very small technical amendment to basically relocate a previously agreed to Senate amendment that was on the original bill. So simple technical change, and I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the Senator from Harvey? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following. Senator from Harvey, did you make your motion in the comments? I meant.
My apologies, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2700.
Thank you, sir. You've now heard the motion. Any residual questions? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. Conference Committee reports on House Bill 2068, 2497, 2527, 2590, and 2700. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill number 2068, an act concerning licensure compacts. House Bill number 2497, an act concerning financial institutions. House Bill number 2527, an act concerning sex offenders. House Bill 2590, an act concerning trusts. House Bill 2700, an act concerning consumer protection.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Bellinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser, Clays, Clifford, Corson, Dietrich, Erickson, Fag, Vascudo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hill, Holscher, Klemp, Cluse, Masterson, Miller, Murphy, Owens, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Rose, Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger,
No on 2497. Aye on the ballot.
Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, call is in order. We're going to call the roll real quick and I'll come back to you.
Francisco,
Pass to aye on 2527.
Haley,
We have a preliminary on 2527.
38 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay. Pass to no on 2527.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauskado, I apologize, I had to take care of the call before we came to you. You're recognized, Senator. And the call is lifted.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to change my no to an aye on my previous vote. I believe that was so long ago, but I believe it was 2497 to aye. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed of the passage of House Bill 2068, 2590, and 2700. 32 in favor, 8 opposed to 2497, 38 in favor, 2 opposed to 2527. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. On a motion to accede, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren on 2164.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2164.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The second conference on part of the Senate. Chair appoints the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. This time, I'm appointing Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes to replace Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson as conferees on House Bill 2412. I'm appointing Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes to replace Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. It's conferees on 2763. I'm appointing Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, and Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck to replace Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, Senator from Titus, Senator Potawatomi, Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus. It's conferees on 2762. This time I'm appointing Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Cowley, Senator Alley to replace Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg as conferees on 2042. Before we recess, are there announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate, Fed, and State will meet with the House elections on agree to disagree on 2437. So we'll need Senator Francisco with that one. And on 2569, Senator Faustido on that one at 315 in 144 South.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bear with me. The Senate Committee on Government Efficiency and the House Welfare Reform will conference on all bills in conference at 3:30 and 118 North. The Senate Education and Higher Ed budget will conference at 4:30 on all bills in room 212 North, and the House and Senate Education will conference in 212 North 30 minutes after recess on the second chamber of all bills. Thank you.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee will conference with the House Water Committee in room 159 South, recess of the second chamber on House Bill 2462.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Judiciary and House Judiciary will conference upon recess of the second chamber in a room to be announced. Sorry. Thank you.
Any final announcements? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick announcement. My lovely daughter, Maddie, is here with me today. She is on spring break. No beaches for the Holscher kids. We come to the Capitol. So if you have time, say hello to Maddie. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, tonight is the night, the 41st Annual Legislative Shrimp Peel. Tonight's the night. So hope to see everybody there. Remember, this is the fundraiser for the Kansas Special Olympics, and last year we raised $30,000. It starts at 5:30 p.m. in Ag Hall. We have a silent auction, live auction, and great food. However, there's also a special announcement. We have a very special guest who are going to be joining us tonight, John McGraw, who's a former player for the Kansas City Chiefs and a Chiefs ambassador. So hope to see all of you there tonight. The Senate will come back in on the floor at 4 o'clock to handle more conference committee reports, and then we'll adjourn for the night for the shrimp peel. And then Senate Republicans will caucus in our usual room at 3:30, and I yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 3:30 p.m. in 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I move the Senate recess until 4 p.m.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The Senate's in recess.
that line.
Senate will come to order. Under the order of business, conference committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens on House Bill 2464.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Bill 2464 comes to us out of conference, with every one of the items in conference having been voted on one time before, but having received some changes. So currently contained in House Bill 2464 are 4 different tax credits. They include the angel investor tax credit, the aviation tax credit, the Eisenhower Foundation tax credit, and the Friends of Cedar Crest tax credit. These credits, again, have all been voted on by this chamber once before. The changes that happened in conference include extending the credits' sunset dates to 5 years from what was 3 years. In the past, these have all been 5-year credits. They're all up for renewal and will not continue past this year if we do not renew them, but they would be renewed for 5 years. In addition, the other change was, if you'll recall, on the angel investor tax credit, we had split out 25% of those funds to be specified for rural Kansas with counties of 50,000 or less. The deadline for that was December the 10th. In conference, Commerce had requested that we move that to October 1st just to ensure that those credits are available past that deadline and for the purposes of awarding those credits. Now understand, past that deadline, all of our rural areas are certainly still available to use those credits. They would just be opened up to all businesses, not just rural, but rural would still have access at that time. So it was just an adjustment on the timing issue. So the timing issue and the sunset moving to 5 years instead of 3 years, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on the conference committee report? Seeing none, did you make a motion?
I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2464.
Thank you very much. We'll hold that for final action. Chair recognizes Senator from Cali, Senator Alley, on the conference committee report on House Bill 2481.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. House Bill 2481 would authorize the sale of alcohol beverages 23 hours a day, 7 days a week for the duration of the World Cup. And that's between May 15th and July 25th. And we also moved into that bill, House Bill 393, and House Bill 393, excuse me, that's Senate Bill 393, would require the collection of transit guest tax for any short-term rental or vacation unit and prohibit the city and county governments from limiting the number of permits authorized. And this is also between those timeframes. The change that we made in the conference committee was it was 3 bedrooms or more, and we went back to the original language, which was 2 bedrooms or more. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just like to remind the body on Senate Bill 393, the bill to expand alcohol sales only passed on a vote of 21 to 19. And I suspect that there were senators that voted against their conscience in favor of that bill. We're close to avoiding a very bad decision for the state of Kansas. And I would certainly ask my fellow senators to reconsider a yes for a no vote on this bill. This body, this session, has voted to list kratom as a scheduled substance, trying to get it off the streets and out of the hands of Kansans. This body has continued to fight against recreational and medicinal marijuana. And we recognize that these are very, very important issues to our youth and to our citizens. So with that, I ask this body to vote no.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, did you make your motion, Senator Alley?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2481.
We'll hold that for final action. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on substitute for House Bill 2250.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Body substitute for House Bill 2250. All four of these bills that are in here, we all passed unanimously across this floor. The first one was defining emergency opioid antagonist as including an expired emergency opioid antagonist for a person rendering aid to another in a reasonable need of medical assistance. 2587 was the one that authorized a licensed private psychiatric hospital to maintain a stock supply of emergency medication kits. 328, permitting a pharmacist to distribute pre-measured doses of epinephrine to a school for emergency medication kits. And 448 was permitting the use of expedited partner therapy to treat a sexually transmitted disease. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions? Chair recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was excellent. I stand in support of this bundle. I know folks get a little suspicious when they see a lot of legislation bundled in, but this all promotes the better health of Kansans. It's an excellent bundle, efficient use of legislative time. I applaud the chair for putting these bills together, and I stand in support and ask my colleagues to support as well. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Further discussion? Seeing none, have you made your motion?
I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2250.
Okay, we'll hold for final action. Chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on House Bill 2533.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 2533 combines the four compacts that we heard together, enacting the Occupational Therapy Licensure Compact, the Respiratory Care Interstate Compact, the Aesthetics Licensure Compact, and the Athletic Licensure Training Compact. And these were near unanimous, 38, 39, 39, and 39. Thank you, Mr. President. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, if you may make your motion.
I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2533.
We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the following: the Conference Committee report of House Bill 2464, House Bill 2481, substitute for House Bill 2250, and House Bill 2533. The clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for House Bill number 2250, an act concerning health and health care. House Bill 2464, an act concerning income taxation. House Bill 2481, an act concerning tourism. House Bill 2533, an act concerning health professions and practices.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Bellinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays. Clifford. Orson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Falscado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hill. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Miller. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Warren.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Chair recognizes the Senate President from Butler, Senator Masterson. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Aye.
Further explanation of vote? Further change of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Forty having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2250. 33 having voted in favor and 7 against the passage of House Bill 2464. 23 in favor and 17 opposed to 2481, and 38 in favor and 2 opposed to House Bill 2533. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Are there announcements? Chair recognizes Senator Montgomery. Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President. We've got some great bills in Senate Ag and Natural Resources. We're conferencing with the House Ag and Natural Resources, and we are going to get back together, see if we can get these all worked out as on recess of the second House in room 159 South, and we'll be conferencing on all bills in conference. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator Malin. Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The House and Senate Tax Committee will conference on 1603 at 10:30 a.m., room 142 tomorrow. And the first-term senators will meet at 7:30 a.m., continue our conversation with Alan Conroy on capers.
To recognize Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate, Fed, and State will conference with the Elections Committee on House Bill 2437 and House Bill 2569 at 5 o'clock. We were going to do it at 3:30, but the House was involved, and so now we'll try to redo it again at 5 o'clock in 144 South.
I recognize the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Commerce and House Commerce will conference upon first recess of the second chamber this evening on all bills in conference.
Further announcements? Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just a reminder tomorrow to the Senate that there is a reception in honor of our longtime Senate chaplain, the Reverend Cecil Washington, in room 159 South, immediately upon first adjournment. So just hope to encourage everybody to go give him well wishes and thanks for many, many years of service to the Kansas Senate. The Senate will be on schedule tomorrow again, 10, 2, and 4, and the Senate likely will come back after dinner. So just want to make that known for everybody who's making plans, especially if you're having to travel in. We probably will be working later in the evening tomorrow. So just keep that noted. Senate Republicans will caucus at 9:30 in our usual room, and I yield to the senator from Douglas.
Senator Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9:30 tomorrow morning in 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
All right, Mr. Vice President, hope to see everybody at the shrimp peel. With that, I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday, March 26, 2026.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're adjourned.